Hello and welcome to Metroid Prime Trilogy, from which we are going to go to Metroid Prime, because, yeah, it's easily my second favorite Metroid Prime game, and for a long time it was my first favorite. And that includes after the launch of Metroid Prime 2. Metroid Prime 2 needed some time to really sink in how amazing it is. And Metroid Prime 3 is a distant third. Yeah, we're going to be playing on normal mode, going for all scans, because lore. Hey, Wolfkinson. Unidentified distress beacon has been tracked to a derelict space vessel in orbit above Tallon IV. So, Metroid Prime takes place between Metroid and Metroid 2. It arguably takes place immediately following the end of Metroid 1, with some suggesting... Actually, it's not even some suggesting. It's, before the game came out, the original envisioning of it was... Actually, it took place, like, 8 years after Metroid 1 or something. But before Metroid 2, and Samus was trying to track down Ridley and the Space Pirates after having defeated them in Metroid 1. And she finds her way to a derelict vessel. And that's where this game starts. But they retconned that out, so now it's just takes place in vague time period between Metroid and Metroid 2. And it just is its own thing. Well then, Wolfkinson, you now have the honor of watching a playthrough of one of the very few video games to routinely score perfect reviews. At least when it came out. Nowadays, it shows its age a bit, but it's still a really good game, especially for Retro Studios' first Metroid game. So, scanning! This switch is directly connected to the force field barrier. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that the second thing they ever do for us in this game is teach us how to use the scan visor. First thing they teach us is how to shoot things. They really want us scanning things in this game because, honestly, if you don't scan anything, you get about the same amount of lore as in most Metroid games. Actually, less. But, as soon as you start scanning stuff, the game opens up. You start realizing that there is a very rich story to this game. Morphology unknown. Info. High levels of radiation detected. Morphology, space pirate. Status, death caused by a severing of the spinal cord. A new creature's entry has been downloaded to your logbook. Morphology, parasite. Interstellar vermin, travel in swarms. Indigenous to Tallon IV, a single parasite is harmless to larger life forms. However, they tend to travel in large groups, swarming over potential prey. Such swarms can be dangerous. Escape pod entrance. The vessel has already been jettisoned. Evacuation occurred 6 hours prior to your arrival. Biohazardous materials. Phazon batch 0142.A. Destination Deck Beta. Based on batch 0009.A destination deck beta. Analysis shows incredibly large muscle structures surrounding the jaw area. Fluid sacs containing acid are also detected. So yeah, we arrive here on this ship, and all the space pirates are dead. Death caused by severe flame damage to exoskeleton. We've got big creatures like this one hanging out here. We get to piece together what happened. Death caused by acidic burns to body. Chemical type unknown. Tail section possesses a mouth-like orifice, most likely used for birthing offspring. Because mouths are where offspring come from, right? Space pirate. Weak life signs detected. Imprints of large bite marks can be seen on the exoskeleton. Don't you shoot at me. Escape pods 3, 4, and 7 all launched. Looks like they're going to the Talon Research Command Center. Wolfkinson, I know very well how the list of games to play is an ever-expanding list that never gets reduced. I have many, many games that I have purchased and never played. Yeah, this game originally came out on the GameCube, for those not aware. It got updated. Oh, ground zero area secure. Crater radiation readings normal. Yeah, this game got updated for the Wii in the Metroid Prime Trilogy release and had motion controls added. 2 Parasite Queen specimens have become volatile on deck beta. All security personnel should report to the biotech researcher. Parasitic infestation has been detected in the ventilation systems of decks Gamma and Beta. Yeah, with the update, including motion controls, they also added Bounce Ball, which was not in the original game. And, like, all this aiming that we can do, yeah, that's new. In the original, if you wanted to aim, your choices were lock on to a target, or hold the R button and stand in place to aim. But now we can aim while moving around. We can lock onto something and lead our shots. It's quite a nice update. Oh, we're heading to deck beta. Another nice thing about this game is how it's got a fully diegetic UI, at least when you're not in Morph Ball. Both legs of this creature are broken. Sorry, Mr. Broke Legs. Severe internal damage detected. Yeah, like all the UI elements are things that Samus can actually see in her visor. It's a nice touch. Auto defense turret. Use missiles to break outer casing. And there's actually a missable scan right here, I believe. Pirate data. Space pirate encrypted data decoded. Log 09.992.3. Zebus has fallen. All ground personnel are presumed dead. Either killed by the hunter clad in metal, or in the subsequent destruction of the underground facilities. Our research frigates Orpheon, Syracuse, and Valparagam were in orbit at 0 hour and managed to retreat. Frigate Orpheon is now docked at Vortex Outpost. Orpheon's cargo appears to have a 100% survival rate. Metroids are healthy, but on restricted feeding schedules due to uncertain supply status. We are ready to begin research on the Metroids and other promising life forms. Security status remains at Code Blue. No signs of pursuit from the hunter. Until now. Oh, that's another thing that changed between the original GameCube release and this release. A few elements of lore got retconned. Phazon Infusion Stage 1, Parasite Larva Diagnostic. Mass 1.2, length 0.5, cell structure stable. Let me get that one. There we go. Phazon Infusion Stage 2, introducing mutagen into tank. Phazon Batch 0732.C, status complete. Also, that log right there points out the fact that this does take place right after Metroid 1. Phazon Infusion Stage 3, mutation initiated. Larva status, stable. Excuse you, I was reading things? Oh, I think I could have turned off the turret using that. Phazon Infusion Stage 4, Larva Diagnostic, Mass 14.5, Length 40.3, Cell Structure failing. Wow, that thing grew quite a bit. Morphology unknown. Info, this specimen has been horribly mutated. There are no life readings. Specimen cell structure failing. Batch 0732.C does not match DNA. Terminating infusion sequence. So, they're doing experiments infusing Phazon with creatures. Xenotropic life form unstable. Use caution. Also, it's a side hopper. Experiment 435.8. Bioform pain tolerance levels at 13% and holding. Biohazard waste removal may begin in 3 hours. Phazon radiation readings must be reported to Deck Commander before batch disposal. Hey bud, what's your deal? Severe internal damage detected. Small energy replenishes 10 units of energy. Brain hemorrhage detected. Creature's aim will be hindered. Zoomer. Plated parasite larva. Phazon level toxic. War wasp. Excuse you, sir. Minimal injuries. Maximum firepower recommended? Okay. So there's actually a little bit of tech that I know for this game. This is a game that I actually did try some casual speedrunning in. And thus I learned several of the techniques that at the time, like right after it came out, were in use. And one of them is... Oh, hang on. What's your deal, bud? Acid burns have welded the joints of the exoskeleton. Ooh, nasty. Yeah, one of the bits of tech is if you alternate the A button, which fires your beam, with the button that fires your missiles, you can fire missiles faster. Like, if I fire a missile right now, I'm just mashing the missile button. This is not very quick, but... Missile A, missile A, missile A, missile A, missile A. It's way faster. Also, I just wasted a ton of missiles. Death caused by severe lacerations to the abdomen.
Recording to logbook.
Yeah, admittedly, most of the scanning that I'm doing here, Wolfkinson, is not required. Because I'm only really going for a full logbook. It's just scanning here gives us more information. Actually, do I need to scan you? Are you just a regular? Yep. Or no, minimal injuries. Blah, blah. Yeah, most places there won't be as much stuff to scan, but here on the frigate, they really want you scanning so that you can learn about what's going on here. Insert metallic sphere. So, here's a thing. Space pirates use a metallic sphere to open locks? Why does none of them ever appear to be carrying a metallic sphere? Abdomen lacerations. Removal of internal organs. Oh, I guess this door is on a timer. And this will be a save point in here. And save points restore our energy for the first time in the franchise. Because Metroid 1 had no save stations. Metroid 2 save stations were just a pillar that you stand on and press start. Super Metroid save stations and recharge stations were separate things. Metroid Fusion, which released on the same day as Metroid Prime, save stations and recharge stations were separate. But here in Metroid Prime, they are the same. But there are no missile recharge stations. Or maybe there are, but they aren't save stations. Save stations do not recharge your missiles. Looks like it struggled to get through the door. Death caused by cranial trauma. Severe lacerations. It has been partially eaten. Suddenly, we're playing Resident Evil. Acid burns to the face. Alright, time for the first, technically, boss of this game. One that many, many people have seen, because they show it off a lot. These creatures still contain a heat signature. They've not been here for very long. No life signs detected. Large amounts of blood missing from the carcasses. These bodies may have been used for nourishment, pattern consistent with predator behavior. So here, scanning the Parasite Queen actually gets us an advantage. Parasite female, genetically enhanced by unknown means. A weak spot has been detected in this creature's mouth. Use your auto-targeting to acquire this new target. Scans indicate the presence of a potent mutagen, origins unknown. Creature exhibits the ability to fire weapon-grade blasts of energy from its mouth, a trait not present in the standard Parasite genome. It appears the pirates have begun a bioengineering program with considerable results. Kind of lame how she can fire through the shield, but I can't. Got her.
Evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately.
And this escape sequence is actually something that I did speedrun and had a pretty good time for the time. Nowadays, people use a bunch of out-of-bounds stuff to do it way faster, and I'm way out of practice. But time was. I had a time on a leaderboard for this. Creature is deceased. Incubation period was prematurely terminated. Its shell has not fully hardened. Also, it exploded. Hey, buddy. No one cares about you. Okay, just parasites. A lot of parasites in these vents. Do I have to kill these? Shame I got rid of all my missiles. Yep, had to kill them. It's been a long time since I played this. Pretty sure the last time I played Metroid Prime 1 was shortly after Prime Trilogy came out. Though when Prime Trilogy did come out, I did everything in it. I unlocked all of the things. And played through all 3 Prime games in their hardest difficulties. Did stuff like that. Also, hey, it's Ridley. What's he doing here? And alive. And now for the excuse they're going to give us for why Samus starts the main game without all of her equipment. Various suit malfunction, morph ball malfunction, missile malfunction, charge beam malfunction, grapple beam malfunction. Yep. We had it all, but now it don't work. And escape successful. There's Ridley. Who totally could have put an end to Samus right here, but I guess he wanted to escape from the exploding frigate more than he wanted to kill Samus. Even though being Ridley, and as survivable as Ridley is, he probably could have survived the frigate exploding. Tracking on enemy target has been lost. Ground-based recon required. Begin landing sequence. So here we are on Tallon IV, where most of the game will take place. And let's see, does this still work? No, it does not. So there's actually a sequence break that is doable here. We want to get into that door. It's a huge sequence break. But it's one of the things that they actually changed when they updated the game. Like, this game has received several versions, and each one of them has tried to get rid of some sequence breaks, and this is the biggest one. But I believe it is still doable in this version, if memory serves. We just need to do it a little bit more, with a bit more difficulty. So we come here, actually not scan visor, we need combat visor. Because when we're locked onto something with the combat visor, we can do one of those little strafe dashes. Though I'm beginning to see that this is also going to have its issues. Yeah, that's not going to work. Okay. Because it used to be that you could also do one of those while you had something scanning, and I think you actually still can. You just need to be actively scanning it, maybe. Also, let's scan our ship. That goes into research, because apparently Samus hasn't researched her ship yet. Hunter-class gunship, registered to Samus Aran. You can return to your ship to recharge energy, reload weapons, and save progress. I believe there's something up here, maybe, that we can... Because that ledge right there, ordinarily to get up onto it, we need to get Boost Ball, which comes a pretty decent ways into the game. But if we can do a strafe jump from right here and release our lock-on while mid-jump, it sends us way farther and we end up landing on that ledge, and then we can hop on over and get a very, very big sequence break. And I still want to see if I can do it. I think what needs to happen is I need to have something locked on with the scan visor and be, like, actively mid-scan. But now I've scanned that, so I think I might have screwed myself. I should just do it the intended way anyway, but man, we would get... Okay. We would get such an advantage if I could actually pull off the sequence break, but I don't think we can do it in this version. There's another way to do it earlier, or, well, not earlier, but earlier than the boost ball that requires a triple bomb jump off of here. But that requires both morph ball and morph ball bombs, and also triple bomb jumps are hard. I've never managed to successfully do one, or at least not with any regularity. So, no big sequence break for us. It would have gotten us space jump early, and space jump lets you double jump in this game. Not infinite jumps like in the 2D games, but still, double jumping is huge. This is a beetle, a burrowing insect with a resilient carapace, extremely aggressive. Insect's massive mouth enables it to tunnel through solid rock at high speeds. Above ground, beetles can cover short distances rapidly. They attack anything that moves near their lair. Sap sac. Chemical reaction within sac produces violent explosion when agitated. Because of its irresistible odor and sweet nectar, the sap sac was nearly eaten out of existence. The evolution of an explosive chemical sac saved it. Now only brave or ingenious creatures dare to devour it. And yeah, they explode. Hi, Zoomer. Zoomer anchors itself to walls and other surfaces. Avoid contact with spikes. A basic nerve center located directly above the Zoomer's mandibles detects nutrients. Sharp spines protect it from casual predators, but the lack of a reinforced carapace makes the Zoomer vulnerable to any indirect attacks. Hi, Geemer. Geemer, wall-crawling mollusk with retractable spikes. The Geemer is an evolutionary offshoot of the Zoomer family. When threatened, it extends lethal spikes and retracts its head deep into its armored carapace. The difference between a Zoomer and a Geemer is a Geemer, you need to use a missile to kill it. A Zoomer just dies to the beam. Chozo Ruins West. So, welcome to one of the game's load screens. There was a release of this game where it could easily crash during those loads. I believe it was the original GameCube release in the US. Also, every single door you see is another load screen. Whenever they take time to open like this one is, it's loading the next room. Chozo script translated. The history of the Chozo stretches back into ancient times, so far into the fog of the past that we know not where our ancestors came from. One thing is clear, however. The Chozo who colonized Tallon IV made a conscious choice to eschew a civilization of advanced technology. We Chozo chose to live in harmony with nature, guided by the providence of the universe. We believe we will spend peaceful days here and plan to leave our words from time to time. Welcome to the Chozo Ruins, the first major area of this game. So, if we had... Oh, hang on, beetles. Get out here. Yeah, if we had gotten Space Jump early, we would have had access to so many things. Like, we would have been able to break this missile door. Which, by the way, missile doors are a missable scan. Blast shield on the door blocking access. Blast shield is invulnerable to beam weapons. Explosive weapons may damage it. And the reason we would have been able to get in there is because there are two things that can get you the missile here. Either boost ball. Whenever you see a half pipe like this, they want you to use boost ball to go up it. Or you could just get right here and space jump to get it. Just double jump right into it. Get missiles as your second item in the game. That energy tank, a little bit out of reach. But the missile, easy peasy. And let's scan that War Wasp hive because we need it. Primary War Wasp dwelling. Only vulnerable to heavy weaponry. War wasps build their homes over existing crevices, using whatever materials are close at hand. They carry building fragments back to the construction site with their forelegs, and glue them. Wow, the font choice makes it so that some things are harder to read than they need to be. And glue them into place with adhesives secreted from their abdomens. Scarab. Exploding parasites that can embed their bodies in solid rock. Scarabs think nothing of sacrificing themselves for the safety of their swarm. When a hostile life form is sighted, they block its progress by embedding themselves in floors and walls. Embedded scarabs violently self-destruct when threatened. Ion. Immobile organisms entirely composed of ocular tissue. Capable of launching sustained energy beams when active, the ion is sensitive to light and will close shut if a bright flash ignites nearby. Can you imagine if your entire body was ocular tissue? Just the pain. Chozo lore. Many long years have passed since we Chozo first took root in this land. The passage of time has always been a source of fascination to us. It is the belief of many Chozo sages that the truths of the universe hide within the tumbling currents of time's flow. Even as we search for answers there, however, we find illumination in other unexpected places. We know not how the ability has come to us, but recently many Chozo have begun to sense things beyond the realm of ordinary perception. Strange sights and inexplicable sensations flood our minds, filling us with visions. We take this growing ability to be a sign of our burgeoning harmonization with the infinite. Perhaps, finally, the universe's secrets are becoming known to us. Say hello to a very poor reflection. War Wasp. Airborne insect equipped with a venomous stinger capable of shearing steel. The War Wasp rarely strays far from its hive unless it is pursuing an immediate threat. It attacks with no regard for its own survival, dive-bombing its enemy with stinger extended. Fast-working toxins from the stinger can incapacitate most small organisms. Save station. Wow, you can save your game at it. Who knew? Tangleweed. Plant life with basic sentience. Retracts into ground if threatened. Tangleweeds are only dangerous to small organisms. They're covered in tiny barbs designed to trap potential meals. Tangleweeds lack the strength to do anything more than hinder larger life forms. Which means tangleweeds, if you step in them, you get slowed down. But if you shoot them, they retract. Blast cap. Volatile chemicals within this weed's toxic fungal cap may explode if agitated. The poisonous flesh of the blast cap helps keep it from being eaten. It also detonates its fungal cap when it senses even slight contact. It's amazing how many explosive organisms live on Tallon IV. Plasmite, small insect capable of storing and releasing thermal energy. Plasmites are attracted to sources of heat, thriving on the energy present there. They emit light when hunting, and will expel small bursts of thermal energy when threatened. Which is to say, they explode. Everything explodes on Tallon IV.
Recorded to logbook.
Time for our first mini-boss. And the reason that I was unable to get 100% in my scan log the first time I ever played the game. Also some really nice music. I like this music. Say hello to the Hive Totem. Not scanning this thing that I have just scanned is why I was unable to get 100% in my scan log the first time I ever played this game. It is a missable scan, and I only thought to scan the wasps. Or Hive Mecha. Security unit programmed to work with predatory hive dwellers. A design flaw makes the shielding on Hive Mecha weak around their access ports. These units are second-generation combat drones, able to interface with organic units at a higher level. They train, shelter, and work with hive-dwelling predators. Unarmed, they rely on their hive beasts to handle any threats. Okay. Gotta scan one of these wasps. Ram War Wasp. Airborne predator. Circles its prey and then strikes. The war wasps are the only species on Tallon IV to evolve a true hive mind. Nesting in damp, dark places, ram war wasps emerge in small groups when threatened and circle their enemy at high speeds, disorienting it. Striking from all sides as a single intelligence, they can fell huge organisms. If you get lucky, you can actually hit one of them while it's circling you. But I am not getting lucky. There we go. Got a couple hits. Okay, just one bee left. And this should be the final phase. Got some early kills there. And once again, one bee left. Wasp, I suppose. And there we go. Hive Mecha defeated. Missiles gained. Now, if we had Morph Ball, we could go through there, get more stuff.
Recording to logbook.
War Wasp hives can be destroyed with a missile. Doing so makes it so that no more War Wasps spawn. Also, we just saw a little glimpse of it, but the reason this meter in the left here exists is it shows us when we are close to something that will hurt us in the environment. Also, my cat is getting in front of my Wii Remote sensor. Cat, you're not helping. She just jammed her face right into my hand, pushing my aim off. Cat clearly requires more attention than I am giving her right now. There's some stuff that we can get here once we've got Morph Ball, which we are going to get right now. They actually made this Metroid game feel like a Metroid game, in that you get stuff and then you go to the areas where you saw that you needed said stuff. Yeah, it's very Metroid-y. Like, it follows the precedent set by Super Metroid in that regard. It's not like Metroid Fusion or other later Metroid games where it feels much more hand-holdy. This one actually expects you to at least do some remembering of where you saw things and going back to check them out yourself. If you have the hint system turned on and you're lost for long enough, then the game will actually be like, hey, we detected a thing over here. Go check it out. But otherwise, it's like, hey, that's sandstone. I don't have what I need to break that, but maybe once I get something, I'll be able to. Also, if we had Space Jump right now, we could just go get the Morph Ball without needing to worry about this battle, because we could just hop over that little tiny wall. But we don't have early Space Jump, so we gotta kill a bunch of beetles. Including another mini-boss beetle that will later be a standard enemy beetle, that later still will be a standard enemy that we defeat in one hit beetle. There are still some sequence breaks that we can do in this game that I will try to at least show off, even if I won't necessarily grab the item. Because there are some very interesting sequence breaks in this game. Lated beetle. Well-armored burrowing insect, vulnerable only in the rear abdomen. Creature's thick cranial plating can repel frontal attacks. This gives it an advantage in combat, allowing it to make ramming attacks. Only resurfacing when it detects vibrations above, it then maneuvers itself so as to always face its rival, keeping its exposed abdomen protected. Come on. Killed it. And now we can morph ball. And since we can morph ball, we can... Or no, it's... Once we get bombs, we can bounce ball. But hey, now we've got morph ball, which means we can go places. I forget. Can we go this way yet? Because I think the morph ball tunnel behind the hive mecha just leads to power-ups, not to progression. Yeah, this is where it wanted us to bring morph ball. The surges of negative energy brought by the meteor far exceed our expectation. We Chozo have yet to find a way to rid ourselves of the great poison. All we can do now is seal it away and wait for the day when a power to purify the poison appears. However, it is already impossible to collect all the pieces of the great poison, as it has already spread, seeping into the planet and hardening. Ominous. Alright, and yeah, we gotta go around because we don't have space jump. Everything takes longer without space jump. Turning off the lights, but who cares? Shriek bats! I need to scan one, but it's gonna explode, because everything explodes on Tallon IV. Everything! Reaper Vine. Powerful rock-dwelling tentacle. A single eye upon the Reaper Vine keeps a constant vigil, but its vision is limited to 10 meters. A scythe-like appendage on its tip is honed to lethal sharpness. The Reaper Vine will swing this blade wildly at anything that enters its zone of perception. Or you can shoot it in the eye and make it retract. So we could actually go in here, and that is where we get Charge Beam. If we go up to the top, that leads to a boss room that we actually are not prepared for yet. So let's go get the charge beam rather than continuing to scan these runic symbols. Problem with scanning shriek bats is you need to know they're there before they actually detach from the ceiling. There's some. Shriek bat, territorial ceiling dweller. Body temperature peaks at 121 degrees centigrade. Shriek bats have high internal temperature, making them easy to spot with thermal imaging. They roost on cave ceilings while hunting for small prey. Fiercely territorial, they dive bomb anything that wanders near and explode on them. Which one could argue is not the best tactic for preserving one's survival, but I guess if enough of you explode on something, that something will be deterred from messing with your species anymore? Okay, where was symbol number 4 in this room? It's against that wall. There we go. And there's our charge beam. And also, more Chozo lore. Disaster struck suddenly. We had a vague, dark foreboding, and it became truth. A meteor appeared from nowhere, casting a dark shadow of debris over the land, with the violence of its impact. Its destructive force spent, the fallen star burned itself out rapidly, and the incident should have faded into memory. But the meteor brought with it corruption. A great poison burst forth into the land, a strange energy that clawed at natural life with a ferocity. That strange negative energy emitted from the meteor expanded to encompass Tallon IV in a night, as a spider weaves a web. Now we can kill ions. Can't get through here yet, though. That's sandstone. So many shortcuts we can't take because we don't have space jump. It's been so long since I didn't get space jump first. Ever since I learned how to do the space jump sequence break, I never didn't do it. Also, there's a thing up here that we could get if we had space jump. But we don't, so we can't get it. Lock system engaged. So I believe we actually need bombs here. I do not currently have those. Later, Wolfkinson. Stone Toad. Preys on creatures smaller than itself, vulnerable only from within. A stone toad is able to remain still for days. It preys upon creatures smaller than itself, inhaling them whole. Anything it finds undigestible, it regurgitates. Stone toads use their tusks as a last resort in combat. Yep, need morph ball bombs to get past that. Which we might actually be getting right here. Yes, yes we are. Incinerator drone, programmed for high temperature waste disposal. Device schematics indicate a high risk of malfunction when internal power core is damaged. Unit has minimal combat programming, but can defend itself if necessary. This drone's intense heat blasts compensate for its lack of battle prowess. I believe it's RNG how long we have to wait. And these aren't your standard war wasps. We gotta scan them. Barbed war wasp. Airborne insect with the ability to launch its stinger at prey. A highly aggressive member of the war wasp family, this insect can propel the tip of its stinger up to 20 meters. The stinger tips regrow seconds after launch and contain an acidic compound designed to pre-digest prey. And standard bees would love having regeneratable stingers. And one more charge beam shot to the drone should destroy it. Come on, give me the drone. Dang it. Need to do a better job of cleaning out the bees, clearly. And now sandstone is ours to kill. Like this sandstone right here. So this game, it might actually be worth getting 100% in because our clear percentage does change one thing that happens in the ending, which is the degree to which Samus removes her equipment. Poor Stone Toad.
Recording to logbook.
Morph ball slot. Bomb it. And it makes things turn on. Come on, get in there, get in there. Please. Game, please. Hey, Reggie's. So nice that the Trilogy version of this game gives us Spring Ball instead of needing to rely on Morph Ball bombs to do all altitude gain. This just takes us down to the... just down to this, okay. Had to make sure there was nothing special we could have got there. And here's another place where if we had the space jump, we could have made quite the sequence break. But, alas, we are stuck only getting this energy tank and hearing noises. As while this is actually too high up for Space Jump to get us, this Spider Ball track, its hitbox is weird in such a way that you can actually still jump high enough with Space Jump. Like, it gives you a boost somehow. I don't know how, but it does. We might be able to actually get that. Did they make it so that you couldn't double bomb jump? Oh, no, you can. Just need to get this right. Okay, need to not hold forward until we hit the bomb. Ooh, so close. It might be doable, but I don't know for certain. I know we could get it if we had space jump. It'd help if the camera was behaving better. Oh, so close! Made it. Oh, that's unfortunate that your copy of 4 Ultimate went missing. Though, if it's any consolation, 4 Ultimate goes on sale pretty regularly on the eShop. I think it's actually on sale right now for like $5. Okay, so now I think we actually can go fight us a boss. Just trying to figure out if we've got any reason not to. And no, I don't believe we do. Yeah, boss time. Let's go. Time to get our first suit upgrade. Do I need to rescan this? Yes, I do.
Recording to logbook.
Venom weed, poisonous plant that retracts into the ground if threatened. Venom weeds evolved to thrive in the habitats of large organisms. They lure prey with brightly colored leaves, then detain it with tiny barbs that deliver a powerful toxin. Venom weeds rapidly decompose anything that succumbs in their midst. Also, they damage you, unlike tangleweeds. Don't know why those tiny barbs can make it through Samus's armor, or why that venom can decompose metal, but such is the way of things. Now to purify the water here. Say hello to Flagra. This mutant plant is the source of toxic water in the ruins. Flagra's growth cycle has been radically accelerated. As a result, it requires near-constant exposure to solar energy to remain active. This exposure has made Flagra's outer shell thick and durable. Its lower root system is unprotected and vulnerable, however. Exploit this flaw when possible. Concentrated weapon fire can daze it for short periods. One of Flagra's tentacles fills this narrow drainage channel. Analysis indicates that Flagra's central nervous system is located at the base of this structure. Alright, so what we have to do to fight this boss is flip up these solar panels with charge beams or missiles. When no solar panels are down, Flagra falls, the tentacles retract, and we get access to those bomb slots. And once we bomb each one once, Flagra is dead. Seems easy, and it is. But it's made slightly harder by the fact that Flagra can flip the panels back down if given enough time like that. So, like, that's why they told us that you can daze it with weapons fire. Because you need to daze it so that it doesn't have time to flip a panel back down. And as you might have guessed by the fact that there are 4 solar panels, there's going to be 4 phases. In each one, we need to flip down 1 more panel. Surprise! Apparently we don't have to get to the point where we can see the red bits on the panels. We can just fire at will. That makes it a lot easier. And time for the final phase of the first boss. We win. Flagra's dead. And now all the nasty water in the entire Chozo Ruins is clean. Also, there's that. Very a suit for us. And this is how we're going to look for a good chunk of the game. And we can go into Magmore Caverns.
Recording to logbook. Recording to logbook.
Pulse Bombu. Life form of raw energy. Periodically releases explosive segments from its body. Pulse Bombus are energy beings, invulnerable to most known weapons. Electrical energy can harm them. However, they lack any intelligence beyond an instinctive attraction to other charged energy sources. Pulse Bombus produce energy constantly. All excess energy is shed, regardless of who or what may be nearby. So yeah, basically it tells us, hey, if you use your charge beam, they get attracted to you. And now, to jump down. Taking a stop to scan these guys. Oculus, wall crawler that generates electric pulses. The Oculus exposes its single eye when active. The electrical field that covers it is enough to deter most predators. If the Oculus detects anything capable of presenting a real threat, it retracts into its impermeable shell. And in case the Spiderball track wasn't a clue, we're going to need to go back up there.
Recording to logbook.
The cries of this dying land echo in our ears as we Chozo watch the great poison seep ever further into the living pulse of the planet. The dark energy sinks into the trees and waters, devouring all life. Peaceful beasts die by the thousands. Some creatures survive, but their forms grow as twisted and evil as the force that fell from the sky. Many of these mutated monstrosities remain small enough to do little harm, but others grow enormous and threaten our very existence. One such beast defiles our sacred fountain, disgorging poison from its foul form, replacing pure flowing water with cascades of creeping death. Even in the face of such horror, we Chozo do not turn in fear. We are all that stands in the way of this great poison, and it is our duty to contain it. So we could go straight down to Magmore right now. Right this very moment. But there's some things that we can get first. Like this is actually just a way back to the Hype Totem. I forgot we already went behind it with Morph Ball. Or no, we didn't go behind it with Morph Ball. It's just this is just the other side of the tunnel that we saw, but did not go through. That's right. But there is another way that we can go and actually get things. So if we go here rather than straight down to Magmore, then we find a very, very slow piston that we need to wait for it to come down. Oh, we were actually too close to it. Touching it slows it down, apparently.
Recording to logbook.
The future is a vague thing, ever-changing and always in doubt. Even if we Chozo could gain the ability to foresee the future, it would be a hollow gift, for we could never hope to control what has yet to occur. The fountain is an example of this. The day may come when its water dries up, and there is nothing we could do to stop such a tragedy. But we do know this. Unlike the uncertain flow of water, the power of our will is strong and enduring. The will of the Chozo will never run dry. And now we can get that energy tank we saw a long time ago. And let's see, what else is in the Chozo Ruins that we can grab right now? We could go in here and get an item. But we'll need to go back later when we have Wave Beam anyway. So that'll keep. And then this is for after we have Grapple Beam. And that's for Spider Ball when we'll need to go there last. So yeah, in terms of places that we won't have to go back later, I think we've got everything. We could get a couple more things, but that would just be mandating additional backtracking to those same places later on. And I'm not about that. So let's head on down to Magmor Caverns. If memory serves, we could actually have a quicker path to where we're headed by first going back to Talon Overworld from the Chozo Ruins, but we're taking this path because it's right in front of us. Also, I'm convinced that Magmor Caverns, and this game in particular, is the exact reason that Samus Returns plays the, plays the Magmor music in hot areas. Grisby, subvolcanic carrion feeder. Carapace can be breached by missiles. The Grisby's carapace has been fused together by superheated air. This barrier stands up to everything but concussive blasts. Its intelligence is limited to instinctive scavenging patterns. I mean, we could kill the Grisby, or we could just ignore it. There you go, there's a dead Grisby.
Recording to logbook.
Burrower, tunneling insect predator. The burrower is similar to the beetle, though it prefers to spend more time underground. It seeks seismic disturbances, then surfaces to attack. It has enough cunning to realize when something is too large for it to handle. Beyond that, it is fairly ignorant. What it lacks in brains, it makes up for with aggression. Also, they bark when you kill them. Say hello to a Magmore.
Reporting to logbook.
These are its caverns. Magmore, fire-breathing serpent that dwells in lava. Magmores prefer extreme heat zones and are susceptible to frigid attack forms. Sightless, they navigate the lava currents using their sonar receptors. Magmores have keen sense of smell, enabling them to pinpoint targets with startling accuracy. Need to scan a puffer.
Recording to logbook.
Puffer. Unstable gas-filled organism. Will rupture on contact. Puffers fill their bodies with lethal metavibrium gas and float about in search of food. If ruptured, the gas within the puffer is violently released. Despite their fragile bodies, puffers are aggressive hunters. The gas cloud they release upon death is often fatal to the creature that brings them down as well. And there's actually a thing hiding in there, if memory serves, but we can't get it without super missiles. I'm just going to ignore that Magmore. We have no reason to tussle with it. Maybe it's in here, but I think it's the first one.
Recording to logbook.
Triclops, hard-shelled creature with powerful jaws. The Triclops is a hunter-gatherer. It collects small creatures and bits of foodstuff, then deposits them elsewhere for later consumption. The hard tripartite mandibles it uses to move earth and rock are quite strong and difficult to escape once ensnared. Dang it. If you get them to grab a bomb, they die. Otherwise, they grab you and spit you out. Also, as you can see, there's an invisible platform here that our beam is impacting. Unfortunately, we don't have space jump, so we can't take advantage of it yet. No sequence break in there. Yeah, there's actually a bunch of invisible platforms in this game, but they are all in known locations, fixed locations, and you can spot them by shooting at them because your shots will impact on them. Which would make you think that the X-ray visor, which is in this game and lets you see invisible things, would be an optional upgrade. But there is one boss in the game that, even if you know where it is, cannot be harmed without the X-ray visor being active. And because of that, the X-ray visor is a mandatory power-up. Just for one boss in the entire game. And unfortunately, it is a non-skippable boss. If it was skippable, Well, then we would never need to get the X-ray visor. Oops. Geothermal power routing to this station is complete. Unstable magma flow is a concern. Remove tower from geothermal grid if fluctuations exceed safety levels. Immersion pistons are leaching power from the magma pools as planned. Geothermal power source is promising. Recommend Energy Command deactivate central dynamo and switch to geothermal power at once. Local crystal formations possess low phazon residue. They do have high value to the monks of Grondheim, however. Recommend processing of crystal for that market once phazon operations cease. Report any signs of magma predator activity to Security Central at once. As we can see, the space pirates are operating a business here. We can't get up there because we don't have space jump. And if memory serves... Don't know why I tried a double bomb jump when a hop jump is so much safer. Phendrana drifts north. Phendrana drifts has lovely music. Magmore's music ain't half bad, but once we get into Phendrana drifts proper. Actually, I guess even right now. Okay, the melody kicks in once we get out here, yeah.
Recording to model.
Flickerbat, scavenger with optical camouflaging that renders it invisible to the naked eye. Flickerbats are deceptive creatures. The only way to track them reliably is with X-ray imaging. They fly ceaselessly, hunting insects and other small prey that float on the air currents. Flickerbats tend to fly in cyclical hunting patterns, using primitive sonar to navigate.
Recording to logbook.
Crystallite. Territorial cold weather scavenger. The shell of a crystallite reflects beam weapons and can only be cracked by a concussive blast. They hang upside down in an ice cave during their larval stage. Moisture runs off its body and forms the hard ice shell, which the crystallite retains for the rest of its life. Wonder why this is locked. Radion. There we go. Extreme heat, we don't have that yet.
Recording to logbook.
Scatter Bombu. Pulsing tendrils of energy extend from the creature's body. Like all bombus, these creatures can only be harmed by electrical energy. Proximity to these life forms may result in electrical visor interference. It is possible to avoid engaging scatter bombus. It is possible to avoid engaging scatter bombus by rolling into the morph ball and slipping between the rotating energy streams. So yeah, if we get close, our visor goes all staticky, which is a neat effect.
Recording to logbook.
Baby Sheegoth. Glacial predator. Ice shell protects vulnerable dorsal area. Young Sheegoths grow a resilient shell of ice on their backs, which serves to protect a layer of vulnerable flesh. With this being their only weak point, baby Sheegoths will turn quickly in order to not allow predators the opportunity to strike at their backs. Powerful hunters, they fire bursts of ultra-cold gas at potential prey, then feast on their frozen victim. I guess I'm recalling wrong. I recalled there being a creature near here that is a rather elusive scan, but I guess this isn't the place, or maybe they only spawn in later, because I do know the spawns change after a point. And that's where we came in from, so we don't want to drop down there. Is there anything down there for us to scan? No. Because these are Chozo script, but since there's no non-frozen water on them, I guess we can't read them. And that's another plasma beam thing. Or, I'm sorry, extreme heat. different.
to logbook.
Ice Burrower. Burrower adapted to sub-freezing climates. A hardy life form, the Ice Burrower has adapted to the frigid climate of Phendrana. It spends most of its time tunneling through the frozen soil, but will occasionally surface to attack passersby. And I think I need to just not care. They don't do that much. And now we're up here.
Recording to logbook.
This hanging rock structure appears to have a weak spot near its base. Some stalactites can be dislodged from ceilings, allowing them to be used as platforms to cross otherwise unreachable areas. I guess we gotta missile them from the right angle.
Recording to logbook.
As the great poison reaches ever further into the planet, we Chozo begin to feel the gnawings of despair. Before it is too late, we now make our last stand. We've begun to build a temple to contain this darkness. At its heart, we will place a cipher, a mystical lock powered by 12 artifacts, and filled with as much power as we Chozo can harness. We wonder, though, even when we are done, will it be too late? And will the power of the temple and the cipher itself prove strong enough to hold back the poisonous tide that even now swells within the ground, threatening all life? More platforms. But hello, Boost Ball. And that's what Boost Ball is for. You go faster in Morph Ball mode, which lets you interact with half pipes.
Recording to logbook.
So many creatures suffer beneath the blight upon the land, and we Chozo are no exception. But for all of our pain, we can at least believe in the promise of the future. We have come to believe that a time may never come when we can once again open the door and banish the darkness we've contained. Even so, our vigilance will forever remain. We believe that on some far-off day, a savior will come and continue what we have begun. For that savior, we will leave our ancient weapons and armor. The soul who can gather them will be the entrusted one, the only being who can reverse the evil that grows here. I guess we're the entrusted one, then. Boost Ball is also our fastest means of traversal. I don't need to fight these things. What's that shadow? It's a Ridley. Yeah, we're pretty much done here until we have Space Jump, which we need to go all the way back to Tallon IV to get. Talon 4 Overworld, Talon Overworld, whatever it is. Seriously, it's the biggest time save in the entire game if you can get the space jump first. There is no bigger time save. And let's take the quick way out here. Well, not the quick way out, but the quicker way to where we want to be. Bendezium. Can't interact with that yet. But I will say, this is a Metroid game, and this is a weakened section of a pipe tube thing. What power-up do you use in a Metroid game at a weakened section of a tube? Rude. That missile power up. Missile expansion. Whoops. We actually have to use caution. How unusual. Could have sworn that that little catwalk had invisible walls around it in at least one release of this game. Or maybe I was just always careful. Who knows? get out right here. Convenient. Okay, so we can just leave right there. And we have to, because we can't get any further without Spider Ball. Okay. Such a hard to find missile expansion right here. Shut up, Beetles. No one cares about you. Got a grapple point there, but no grapple beam. Not for a while.
Recording to logbook.
Blood flower, able to eject toxic spores. Toxins are poisonous even to the blood flower itself. 3 mouth nodules protrude from the stalk beneath the flower, each with a rudimentary brain cluster, and the ability to spew toxic fumes at anything within a 5-meter radius. The spores ejected from the stigma at the center of the flower are sufficient to kill this creature if they explode in its vicinity. Or you can do this. And now we're back here in familiar environment. Also, hey look, it's Samus's eyes. You can see them reflected in the visor. It's easiest to do when you're in a place where you can get the visor all misted up. Say hello to our gunship. And say hello to Space Jump. So yeah. Space Jump, not quite as good as in other Metroid games. We only get a second jump, not infinite jump. But still, it opens this game up so much. So much. Also, here we can show off one of the things that is different about this release of the game. relative to the GameCube release. See, on the GameCube version, when you were rolling around in water, there was actually like a ripple effect around you. Like actual displacement of the water surface instead of having it be just completely flat at all times. And like, sure, we've got a little splash behind us, but no outward ripple effect. The GameCube version had that effect. I don't know why they removed it in the Wii version. Like, it's the Wii. It can handle more than GameCube. The whole joke is that a Wii is 2 GameCubes duct taped together. So why can 2 GameCubes not handle what 1 GameCube can? This crate appears to be the same type of container found on the Space Pirate research frigate. The material seeping out from the ruptured metal is highly toxic. Analysis indicates that this may be the phazon compound the Space Pirates were using in their biological experiments. Flying Pirate. Pirates trained and equipped for airborne assault. Flying pirates are extremely agile in the air, but the heat signatures of their jetpacks can be tracked with thermal imaging. While their missiles are extremely potent, their jetpacks can be even more so. So, if the pack fails, they will make a suicide strike. Yup, stuff hurts to touch. So we actually can't do anything else in here at the moment. But if we didn't come here early, we might not have been able to see that, because I believe that does get cleaned up after we get a certain thing. Let's actually make our way to the temple here, which is a place that you don't have to visit until the very end of the game, but if you visit it early, you get an extra scene. Seedling. Plant-based ground feeder. Dorsal spines can be ejected in self-defense. Log 10.308.0. Field team reports are in on an aged structure of alien design built on the surface of Tallon IV. Studies show this structure projects a containment field. This field bars access to a prime source of energy within a deep crater. Science team believes the field is powered by a number of strange Chozo artifacts. We have found some of these relics, and studies on them have begun. As this field could hinder future energy production operations on Tallon IV, we must dismantle it as soon as possible. If this means the destruction of the Chozo artifacts, it will be done. Throughout our living nightmare, as we battle with this unyielding darkness, we Chozo see a light. This light glows with promise, chasing the shadows cast by the great poison and purifying that which has grown toxic. It is strange, though. At times it looks to our eyes as if the light coalesces into the figure of a woman. Burning brightly, the luminescence descends from space, then retreats back into the infinite blackness from whence it came. When this prophecy comes to pass, when the light recedes, the Chozo's long vigilance of containment will finally come to an end.
Recording to logbook.
The containment of the Great Poison. This task has fallen to the Chozo, and we will not flee from our duty, even as we suffer with the land and its creatures. We will pour our will into the 12, the artifacts that, when brought together, form the lock that holds this great evil at bay in the depths of the planet. This lock must stand up to all who might come to assault it, to preserve the power of the seal, and to protect it from those who would meddle for their own designs. We will spread the artifacts across the land, hiding them from prying eyes. The lock must never open until the day comes when this disaster can finally be put right. They didn't really hide this one very well. This is the Artifact of Truth, the first of 12. Collect it, then scan the totems here for clues on the locations of the remaining artifacts. Together, the artifacts will open a path to the center of the impact crater. Dang, I'm already at 45% of all scans? Didn't expect to be that far along yet.
Recording to logbook.
A sun chamber high atop our ruined home became the nest of a great beast and a source of corruption. Many Chozo spirits have been drawn to this tainted place, release their bond to the world to claim the artifact of wild. So that's where the Flagra was. The heat of Magmor was a test for many warriors. A shrine in their honor holds the artifact of strength.
Recording to logbook.
In one of Talon's far corners, a grove of life lies. Reveal the pillar beneath the waves to find the artifact of Chozo.
Recording to logbook.
There is a tower within the ruins where light always shines. Move through the waters there to find the artifact of Life-Giver.
Recording to logbook.
Invaders have claimed Phendrana as their own. A tower sits atop their fortress. Collapse it to reveal the chamber where the artifact of Elder is held.
Recording to logbook.
A tall cave stands at Phendrana's edge. Seek the unseen entrance at its top to find the artifact of Spirit.
Recording to logbook.
Within the ruins of our home, we honor our fallen elders in a great hall. A chamber beneath the statue holds the artifact of World. Is that all? No, we're still missing 4. Is that how many don't have things on them? There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, and there's 4. So yeah, that's how many don't have thingies on them for hints. Which makes sense. I believe those are the ones that are actually in Space Pirate possession. And it would be weird if they actually gave hints for how to get the artifacts that Space Pirates already stole. Though one of those artifact hints does imply that the Chozo were still around when the Space Pirates first got here. I almost called them the face pirates, which would be a very different sort of threat. Oh, OBS disconnected and reconnected. Cool. Thanks, Windows. Well, hopefully there wasn't much of an interruption. And we actually got to get ourselves back to Phendrana. I suppose our quickest route is through Talon Canyon and then down there? Yeah, I think Magmore Caverns East is our fastest way there. So, to Magmore Caverns East. Sure, we could get another couple things by dropping by the Chozo Ruins first. But until we have some other stuff, we aren't going to be, like, super needed. Or we don't super need to go to the Chozo Ruins. It would just be an extra trip. Making for Phendrana. Stepping in the lava real quick because it's faster than taking the morph ball paths. And now that we have space jump, we can actually hop up here. Spinner device. Go in it, use boost ball, it turns the thing on. Call this a suspension bridge, but where's the suspensions? And would you look at that? There's an artifact right there. We got one. I feel like I hear the sound of another power-up, but it could just be my imagination. When in doubt, scan visor. Yep. Okay. We need to come back with power bombs. To Fendrana. Actually kind of annoying that you have to come to Fendrana to get Boost Ball, to go back to Talon Overworld to get Space Jump, to then come right back to Fendrana. In my opinion, that is probably the... it's the worst backtracking they require you to do in the game. But such is the way of things. This is a Metroid game. They do that sometimes. And this is not... Yeah, this is not where we're going yet, because I don't have Wave Beam yet. Need to... Wait, don't I need Wave Beam to get through there? Oh, let's find out. Oops. I guess that's for something else. Say hello to a scan that, if memory serves, exists only in this room. Ice Parasite. Scavenger with a crystalline outer shell. Parasites are hardy creatures, able to adapt to any environment within 3 generations. The Ice Parasite is a prime example. Having adjusted to a frigid climate, this vermin now thrives in it. Omnivorous, it can exist in areas hostile to most life forms. To actually use my double jump. Statue depicting the bust of a Chozo architect. Flawless. Chozo Philosopher. Flawless. Chozo Warrior. Flawless. Chozo Shaman. Stressed. Brimstone, you say. What breaks Brimstone? Missiles break Brimstone. Hey, look, it's a something. Something went a rumbly. And we didn't get to grab our thing. Well, gee, I hear you thinking. That was just 4 baby she-goths. What's the big deal? There's your answer. That one ain't a baby. She-goth, the supreme predator of the Phendrana Drifts. She-goths are invulnerable to most beam weapons. The crystals on their back absorb energy, which they can fire at prey. She-goths have poor stamina. They hyperventilate after using their breath attack, making their mouth area vulnerable. The soft underbelly of a she-goth is susceptible to concussive blasts. In battle, they expel blasts of frigid gas to ensnare their targets. They are also fond of ramming and trampling their hapless prey. So yeah, there's a few strategies you can use to kill this thing. You can wait until they hyperventilate after doing their breath attack, or you can just spam morph ball bombs constantly, forever. Morph ball bombs kill them faster, but you're going to take damage while doing it. There we go. Cost about an energy tank, but whatever. And now we have our first beam upgrade. Well, not upgrade, but our first additional beam. And in this game, rather than shooting through walls, the wave beam is electric. Which enables us to interact with a variety of things that we could not before. Also, the ice parasites that were here are now gone forever. So, yeah, good thing I scanned them. They're very missable, if memory serves. Because I don't believe they exist anywhere else. And they don't exist here anymore. Unfortunately, in most circumstances, the wave beam won't do as much damage as the power beam. We don't really have to care about that at the moment. We can just hang on to the wave beam. Got it in time. Ice shriek bats. Ice-encased ceiling dweller. Like standard shriek bats, these creatures are easily spotted with thermal imaging. They roost on cave ceilings, subsisting on insects, reptiles, and small mammals. Fiercely territorial, they will dive bomb anything that wanders near, and then explode on said thing. Because again, everything on Tallon IV explodes. These are just regular scarabs, not ice scarabs. I have opened the whatever those were. And now I've opened the whatever those are. So we got a missile door, a wave beam door, and a door that's just off. Let's check out this missile door. I bet it's a save. Yep, it's a save. Shadow Pirate. Pirate forces trained and equipped for stealth operations. A select group of space pirates have access to sophisticated cloaking technology. This gear drains high levels of power, however, forcing them to rely solely on melee weapons in battle. Use enhanced detection gear when fighting these units. Or just laugh at them because they can't come all the way over here. Space pirate. Sentient aggressor species, well trained in weapon and melee combat. Space pirates wield galvanic accelerator cannons and forearm-mounted scythes in combat. This species seeks to become the dominant force in the galaxy, and their technology may help them realize this goal. Ruthless and amoral, the pirates care little for the cost of their ambition. Only the results matter, and they take these very seriously. Space pirate encrypted data. Log 10.515.8. Our initial tests exposing Tallon IV's indigenous parasites to Phazon appear to be successful. Increases in strength, size, and aggressiveness are common in all test subjects, as well as unforeseen evolutions like additional poison sacs within the abdomen and the appearance of a second ring of mandibles in several subjects. These creatures were chosen because of their resilience, and it appears possible that, given enough exposure to Phazon, I can accidentally release the Z button. They may one day be able to survive on any planet we transport them to. Our methods will have to be refined. We currently have a 100% extinction rate after the 4th infusion period, and most survivors of the 3rd infusion stage are so violent and uncontrollable that they have to be euthanized. Even still, we remain hopeful that further experimentation will result in success. Yeah, we've got a 100% failure rate, but I bet we can do it. Log 10.344.8. We have codified the newfound energy source as Phazon, a V-index mutagen, of which we have very little reliable data. Indications point to a meteor of unknown origin expelling Phazon into the environment. This material appears to possess the power to mutate organic life forms sufficiently to withstand its poison. These mutations appear promising, with abrupt evolutionary leaps appearing in single-generation reproduction. Plans to establish a full science team on Tallon IV are being finalized.
Recording to logbook.
Log 10.587.7. Mining operations have begun near the crater where Phazon appears to be most concentrated. Daily Phazon yields have increased 44%, and our mining system becomes more streamlined as personnel and equipment flows increase. Several incidents of Phazon-induced madness have been reported, prompting augmented life support regulations in the deeper chambers. Symptoms include loss of equilibrium, erratic respiration, muscle spasms, and in the most extreme cases, hallucinations. A timeline reassessment for the refinery operation is recommended, as the material proves more unstable than initial analysis indicated. Xenome SA is undergoing relocation to Lab Hydra. Subjects transfer ordered after a pronounced increase in aberrant behavior. Security clearance ADR 13. Phazon infusion within central energy core of Xenome SA is at a 70% saturation. Increased dosage appears viable. Log 10.712.1. Most terraforming and retrofitting of security checkpoints on Tallon IV is complete, but we continue to research the alarming epidemic of breaches by local creatures. Door records show no unauthorized entries, so we must presume the creatures are either slipping in undetected during daily personnel moves, or else finding their way in through subterranean tunnels. We have found many small breaches of this latter sort and plug them wherever we can, but it is unlikely that we will ever achieve full extermination within our current timetable. Whoops. Actually, hang on. Okay, nothing interesting there. Ice beetle infestation. 95% exterminated, not bad.
Recording to logbook.
Log 10.664.2. Research Outpost Glacier 1 in the Fendrana Drifts region of Tallon IV's mountains is operating at 85% capacity. Sub-zero temperatures have made the Metroids sluggish and easy to control, even those well into Phazon infusion cycles. Cold containment status tanks are sufficient for the juveniles, but some of the larger Metroids have been moved to quarantined caves for safety purposes. Security doors remain an issue as malfunctions due to ice occur every day. Large predators in the wastes are also a concern, as they continue to kill personnel and breach secure areas. Unfortunately, it has become clear that our containment teams cannot neutralize all of them without a vast increase in munitions and soldiers. They're experimenting on Metroids, mutating them. Log 10.401.7. Phase-on mining is underway. Several garrisons have been established, and terraforming of the Chozo Ruins is underway. Security systems are operational, and science team continues to make progress in their biotech research. The Phendrana Drifts have proven to be an optimal location for research headquarters, and soon it will be joined by a fully operational combat base and starport. If Command's predictions are half true, we shall rise to dominance in this sector within a decacycle. Truly, these are glorious times.
Recording to logbook.
Log 10.299.2. Scans of the spiral sector detected a massive energy spike emanating from a Wanderer-class planet identified as Tallon IV. Scout reconnaissance was immediately dispatched to the center of the spike, a landmass at heading mark 40.08.02, returning with planetary samples and atmospheric imaging. Analysis shows the energy source to be an unstable radioactive material of enormous potential. We are unable to form an accurate risk assessment at this time, but we are unlikely to find an energy source this powerful again. Analysis will continue, but currently Tallon IV appears to be a viable secondary headquarters. And now we can see the system we're in.
Recording to logbook.
Planet Tallon IV, mass 5.1 trillion teratons. Profile. Ecosystem studies indicate that Tallon IV was a biological paradise prior to the impact of an extraterrestrial object. What remains of the biosphere is slowly fading due to exposure to phazon radiation. At current rate of decay, Tallon IV will be a barren Class 13 wasteland in approximately 25 years. Planet Twin Tabula, mass 4.1 trillion teratons. Profile. Planet is best known for twin fever, a disease caused by a viral strain native to Twin Tabula. In the early stages of the disease, victims suffer from double vision. When the twin sight fades, the victim is near death.
Recording to logbook.
Planet Zebes, mass 4.8 trillion teratons. Planet's crust is primarily earthic ore, making it ideal for subterranean construction. A Class 19 planet, Zebes is inhospitable to most bioforms. The world was considered unremarkable until it became a base for space pirate forces. So, Zebes and Tallon IV are in the same system. Planet, is that Dormine or Urmine 2? Dormine. I'm going to say Dormine. Dormine 2. Mass 2.3 trillion teratons. Profile: an uninhabitable wasteland savaged by nuclear dust storms and constant seismic upheavals. So Twin Tabula is the closest, maybe? No, the closest is this little guy. Planet Billium. 3.8 trillion teratons. Profile: quarantine. Atmosphere is rife with Miteralis, a sentient gaseous global exterminator virus. Oh, that's not good. So we got Dormine 2, or no, we got Billium Dormine 2. Why is it Dormine 2? Wouldn't that be around like the Dormine star? Are you just putting a whole bunch of different planets into one system that don't belong together? Is that what's going on here, Space Pirates? Because normally when a planet is named something 2 or something 4, that's saying that it's that number of planet around the star that it is orbiting. So like Earth would be Sol 3, for example. Now we have super missiles. A single super missile gets rid of one of these guys. Just press the missile button while charging up a charge beam. Takes 5 missiles, does lots and lots of damage. So we need to come back here with the plasma beam. I will say the GameCube controls were better for swapping beams and visors. Instead of needing to hold plus or minus and then point at the thing you want, you just use the D-pad for visors and the right stick for beams. Everything was readily available. Hello, Metroid. One of those being here is a problem.
Recording to logbook.
Metroid, energy-based parasitic predator. The dominant species of planet SR388, Metroids can suck the life force out of living things. A Metroid will latch onto its prey and drain energy, growing larger as it does. The only way to shake an attached Metroid is to enter Morph Ball mode and lay a bomb. Thankfully, a Super Metroid kills them whether they are frozen or not in this game. Metroid brain scan results in. Studies show accelerated activity in parietal lobe during hunting cycles at temperatures above 10 degrees centigrade. Log 10.8.891.0. The reconstruction of Geoform 187, codenamed Ridley, was recently completed. After his defeat on Zebes, Command ordered a number of metagenic improvements for him. Though aggressive, we were able to implement these changes in a cycle. The metamorphosis was painful, but quite successful in the end. Early tests indicate a drastic increase in strength, mobility, and offensive capability. Cybernetic modules and armor plating have been added as well. We believe our creation, now called Meta Ridley, will become the mainstay of our security force, a job he will certainly relish. Log 10.444.4. Initial transfer of Metroids to Tallon IV research facilities has been completed. 3 were terminated in an incident at the landing site, but the others were pacified and transported safely. Initial Phazon and fusion testing is underway. We are eager to observe the effects of Phazon on Metroids, especially their ability to absorb and process the energy given off by Phazon sources. Early research suggests a considerable growth in power and size. Whether the creatures stay stable thereafter remains to be seen. Log 10.957.2. Confidence is high regarding Phazon applications. We know enough about Phazon now to begin combining it with Space Pirate DNA. The codename for this venture will be Project Helix. Preliminary studies indicate that Phazon infusion could produce radical new pirate genomes. Benevolent mutation levels are high in current test subjects. Phazon madness is a concern, but refinements in the infusion process should reduce or neutralize the odds of mental degeneration. Hunter Metroid DS is showing signs of increased instability and heightened immunity to cold damping fields. Motion near Hunter Metroid DG appears to trigger psychotic episodes. Personnel are to stay at least 3 meters away from stasis tank.
Recording to logbook.
Log 11.550.6. Studies of Metroid biology continue, though with limited progress. It seems likely that we will be much more successful using the Metroids for our means rather than trying to reproduce their powers. If they could be adequately tamed, we would have no need of a proper understanding of their metabolism. A small force of disciplined Metroids could wipe out entire armies, and once we find a way to shield them from cold containment weapons, they will be invincible. Furthermore, if we could then harvest the energy they'd consumed, we would have a near limitless source of power at our disposal. Oh, Metroids infused with Phazon strain Vertigo are thriving. They could be Class 1 energy harvesters if proper submission measures are employed. Ugh. Tripping over my tongue. Hi, Metroid. Hi, E-Tank. I want you.
Recording to logbook.
Log 11.420.7. Metroid dissection continues to provide more questions than answers. Our research teams have isolated the energy conduits that run from the invasive twin mandibles to the energy core in the creature's quadripartite nucleus. But the manner in which a Metroid actually extracts the life force from its prey remains an utter mystery. The victim does not lose blood or any other vital fluids, and yet the Metroid extracts energy. Identifying this energy is our central problem. It takes no physical form, and yet without it, the victim dies. We will continue to research this matter, as the isolation of this life-giving essence could be the key to our ascendance. Oh, there's some sort of creature with a Phazon ore core. Hmm. Project Titan is suspended indefinitely. Interesting. Can I get this yet? The answer is yes.
Recording to logbook.
Ice beetle. Burrowing insect with an ice-reinforced carapace, averse to heat. This member of the beetle family has adapted to life in the sub-zero temperatures in the Phendrana drifts, growing a thick ice shell over its entire body. The ice is extremely resilient, providing the ice beetle with extra protection and augmented digging abilities. So the space pirates were testing thermal imaging, were they? Hooray for thermal visor. Just in time, too, because the lights are about to go out. Oh, it's an ice beam door. Gee, who could have guessed that the Metroids would be freed? Who indeed? Sentry drone. Well-armed and armored security mecha. Sentry drones have limited intelligence, but do their assigned tasks well. Being machines, they are susceptible to electrical attacks. When alerted, drones initiate a security lockdown, then attempt to neutralize the intruder. Their electronic warfare suit can scramble visor technology as well. Also, they're apparently basically invisible to the thermal blast. Excuse me, I killed the Metroid that was in one of those. Why'd you get two more in here? Why did I use super missiles on a standard pirate? This is a spooky thing to do in the dark, but it'll get us to a missile expansion. Fell a little too far down. I'm glad those Metroids are remaining calm. Be annoying to have to put them down. So now that we have the thermal visor and the super missiles, there's a couple places we can go. Yep, sorry flying pirates, I don't gotta care about you, I'm just going through. Unfortunately, getting the thermal visor turned off all the lights in this entire place. I guess it didn't turn off these. Wow, the fact that they can't shoot at us makes them just sit there and wait for death. I wish I could see things in color again. Oh, there's a door I didn't go through in here. Excuse me, sirs. Phazon ore is extremely durable and blast resistant. Although the armor-like qualities of this shell provide ample protection, thermal imaging can be used to detect weak areas in the casing. Improvements must be made to this shell in the event that these weaknesses are found by aggressors. Phazon ore appears to bind through Phazon energy. Thermal imaging is required to detect the highest concentration of radioactivity, which serves to bind the stones together. Imaging research is being conducted in the containment vault area of the facility. Project Titan specimen is immobilized in quarantine cave. Relocation is recommended due to increased violent activity. East Quarantine Cave is restricted to blue level security. Authorized personnel permitted entry only after bioscan. Okay, so if I go in here, we get a boss battle, and forever lose the ability to say that we did a certain sequence break, but we're following the regular sequence here anyway. I'll still show off the sequence break when we get to it, provided it's still doable in this version of the game. Say hello to Thardus, our second actual boss of this game. Thardus, an animated sentient creature of stone charged with Phazon radiation. The Phazon radiation given off by Thardus negates auto-targeting systems, preventing lock-on. It may be possible to acquire alternate targets with a different visor. The chaotic nature of Phazon irradiation leads to instability in its structural integrity. Thardus can encase targets in ice, and its colossal size and strength make it a formidable opponent. I would like to go in here with more than 12 missiles, considering super missiles are far and away the best way to deal with this thing. Now he is reconfiguring himself. In a way that doesn't show up at all on the thermal visor. It'd be nice if the camera would stay pointed at the boss while we're in Morph Ball mode here. As you can see, we're taking basically no damage from this thing. Honestly, we are not threatened. Super missile and it didn't even get past the arm. Shame it took until Prime 2 for Boost Ball to be like a significant weapon, I think. Actually, does it do damage in this game? It might. I think I recall people using it against Ridley. That spot that we need to hit right now is annoyingly mobile. Do we have to use Charge Beam to actually damage it? I think we might. There it goes. Now he's gonna reconfigure himself one last time. In a way that, yet again, does not show up at all on the thermal visor. And that's actually the last part that we need to damage. There. Goodbye, Thardus. Fun fact, this boss, you fight it before you get the ice beam or the plasma beam. And yet it, I believe, is immune to the ice beam, and it is definitely weak to the plasma beam. Man, we're not skipping the spider ball, which means we don't get to see some amusing things. But oh well. Intended item order. Need to actually hook onto the front. This was the second Metroid game to ever have Spider Ball in it. The first being Metroid 2, where it was far more usable. Metroid 2, it could cling to any wall. Here, it can only cling to Spider Ball tracks, which I need to scan one of.
Recording to logbook.
And that's an ice beam door up there, so we need to not care. Having Spider Ball means we can get Ice Beam now. Of course, not having Spider Ball, we also could have gotten it using sequence breaks. Let's see, where are we relative to the rest of Magmore? Okay, let's try the missile door first. Those are usually save points. And so is this one. And I'll actually be right back because I need to use the restroom. And I am back. make our way to the ice beam, because that's the next thing we're supposed to grab. Jumped myself down into lava. Alright, so if I go through the door that I'm currently heading towards, that shouldn't take us anywhere we're supposed to go. And it takes us to an ice beam door, so can't do anything there yet. Wow. One of those Triclopses sucked up and got exploded by a bomb that had already detonated. Alright, so purple's got an E-tank. Only the one is cooled so far. And E-tank get. Puddle Spore. Sentient floating lava mollusk protected by an impenetrable shell. A puddle spore opens when approached, attempting to intimidate with its size. When opened, direct fire to its mantle causes it to flip into a defensive position. If it can slam shut, it ejects a spread of harmful energy globules. Like that. Okay, so here is a room in which we can try a sequence break. So as we can see, we've got some platforms. And we've got a bunch of other stuff. And it looks like they might have actually... Yeah, they took out a thing that allowed for a sequence break here. There was a rock structure, like, right around here. A little stalagmite poking up from the ground. And if you could hop onto that little outcrop from this machine thing, you could hop onto that, then onto the spike, then onto there. Then you could make your way up and do a bunch of stuff, reveal some things up above, do some more trick jumping to avoid a spider ball track, and just make your way all the way up and get the plasma beam, because the plasma beam is in the ceiling of this very room behind the ice beam door that you can see on the minimap. But they removed several avenues of attack. Like, this is probably the most patched sequence break this game has had, because basically every release of the game, they did something to make it more difficult to get the plasma beam early. Like, at first, they put a power bomb destructible material in front of the ice beam door so that you needed power bombs first. But then people found a way to get power bombs early. And after they did that, well, no more need for power bomb, or no more need to wait to get plasma beam early. So after that, they did some other thing, and now they just took out the thing that people jumped on to make it so that you needed to have, or so that you didn't need grapple beam before plasma beam, because yeah, that jump makes it so that you can get it without grapple beam. Also, is this the... That's not it. Okay. No need to shoot the Magmor when you can kill it with a rock. Alright, and this takes us to Tallon Overworld, which is pretty much right where we want to be. As we need to get to the Chozo Ruins, which are only accessible from the Tallon Overworld. from here we go... Well, we can get the stuff here, I think. And we can actually access the sun chamber again. And the ruined shrine will take us somewhere useful as well. Though I don't know if we've got enough missiles for that. And where we need to go is the furnace. So yeah, if we had space jump early, we could have gotten that as our first set of missiles. I believe a super missile on that right there busts it open. So I don't recall the easy way up. That works. And we're going to want to have more missiles on our person before we go over to the ruined shrine. Shame we can't go this way into here. So how do we get there? I guess we gotta... No, we gotta come around from here. Past the hive totem. Okay. Easy enough. Oh, but that's just gonna drain more missiles. Scarabs are sometimes nice enough to drop missiles, but apparently not this time. Okay, now our path to that missile expansion is clear. There we go. There's some misses. Okay, so we got 2 runic symbols open. Where's the other 2? Are they way up? Oh, kinda. What was that? Chozo Ghosts. Spectral entity, bioelectric field invulnerable to natural energies. As these entities phase in and out of existence, the only way to track them accurately is with X-ray scanning. This partially phased nature makes them invulnerable to natural energy types such as fire, ice, and electricity. Their aggressive and erratic behavior is most likely due to the corrupting effects of phazon in the Tallon IV environment. They appear to be drawn to Chozo religious sites, where they wreak havoc upon anything that dares enter the area. And yeah, they can only be damaged with the power beam and super missiles and stuff like that. Down. Three down. I don't know why those vines just disappear like that, but okay. And now we've got a 3rd artifact. We need 12 to reach the final boss. And now we can go back through this way. And I suppose that's a worthy endeavor, because it takes us both closer to the furnace and closer to this. Sure, it takes us farther away from a certain other thing, but that certain other thing is optional also. Oops. I mean, it's not optional if we want to get 100% and therefore get the, or thereby get the best ending, but we can get it later on our way out. Okay, so we want to take a left turn here. Yes. And another left turn through there. So if we'd come here immediately after getting Morph Ball Bombs, then we would have been able to come through here. And at the cost of 2 missiles, we get ourselves literally nothing. But since we have Spider Ball, hop on up to the Spider Ball track and get missiles. It sounds like there's also something else in here. Oh, yes, additional missiles. Okay, we also could have gotten us some missiles at the cost of 1 extra missile. Yeah, we had to come back with Spider Ball anyway, so saved ourselves a trip by waiting. What is this? Why is there just a random drain in a room that, to my knowledge, never fills with water? At least not any more than it already has. Okay, so now from here, to get to the furnace, we want to go up. Oops. Missed the standable ledge. There we go. All right, so this is a spider ball track. But there's a way, or at least there used to be, a way you could, like, wedge yourself against it. To get stuck like I did there. Except when you do get stuck, you were able to, like, jump away in a way that would let you actually climb this thing. It seems they also got rid of that. Yeah, you could climb that without Spider Ball as long as you had Space Jump. And then you could get through here.
Recording to logbook.
What is this otherworldly pestilence that infests the land, seeking out life in its blind need for corruption? And where did the meteor that brought it originate? Was it crafted by alien hands, or is it a roving chunk of a planet that suffered a violent end? Our minds quail in horror at the thought that long ago, in some corner of the universe as yet unseen by our eyes, an entire planet was perhaps once coated with this great poison. Whatever cataclysm may have ruptured that doomed place must have been mighty indeed, and if other meteors from it spread through space, bearing this evil to the far corners of the universe, we hold fast to the hope that this is not so, that the only surviving remnants of this evil are here on Tallon IV. Then at least there is hope for its eradication. This room also is home to a creature that I believe does not exist in any other room. Plated Parasite. Hardy member of the Parasite family, invulnerable to most weaponry. A cousin to the Parasite, these creatures are known for their amazing resilience. Field studies suggest a weakness to morph ball-delivered weapon systems. In other words, bomb them. Question is, where do we get onto that morph ball track from? Ah. Bendesium. Power bomb. Oh. There's a piston that needs lowering to be able to... Well... You know what to do with cordite. Okay. And what's that? Oh, it gets us to a bomb socket. Now do it again. To the Entrusted One. If you read these words, then our hope has not been in vain. Your path is fraught with danger. Monstrosities beyond description lurk in the shadows, starving, hunting for prey, searching for ways to quench the poisonous urges that bloom in their brains. Some of these are shrewd, but they are blinded by their evil designs. Believing in the black promise of the great poison, they seek to harness it for their own ends. It is these last that are the greatest danger. When you rid the universe of these creatures, you will be the true Entrusted One.
Recorded to logbook.
None know if our temple, the Cradle, will prove powerful enough to contain this evil forever. For now, it wraps around that abomination, cutting it off from the world above. However, we believe the power or cipher, which has been produced by linking the 12 artifacts, should be strong enough. The fate of this world is now left to the one who will collect all the artifacts in the future. The time when the Entrusted One knows is approaching. The time when the Entrusted One knows is approaching. Okay. When the Entrusted One knows what? Whether the cipher is good enough? Many Chozo are gifted with the distant sight, and even more begin to learn it as our harmonization with the universe becomes more and more complete. We peer forward, seeing prophecy in the ripples of the water, hearing rumors of coming days on the breath of the wind. Though we celebrate the distant sight, many of these visions are dark. The worst of the prophecies, and the most common, tells of the coming of the worm. Born from parasites, nurtured in a poisoned womb, the worm grows, devouring from within until the world begins to rot. Not all prophecies come to pass, of course, but we cannot help but fear this dark portent. Chozo Ghost time. This was supposed to be our first encounter with Chozo Ghosts, and I shot too early. Chozo Ghosts in this room are going to get annoying because we're going to have to revisit this room multiple times. And every time we come here after going enough rooms away, there will be new Chozo Ghosts. And it's just an issue.
Recorded to logbook.
Things bound to earthly shapes are temporal and frail, existing in a single dimension. They are fragile, vulnerable, and ultimately mortal. However, not all things obey this law. Shapeless, they wait beyond the realm of perception, emerging only when one arrives who can feel their presence. Such is the will of the Chozo. Our will to defeat the evil seeping into this planet remains. We desire only to see the darkness meet its end. The will of the Chozo has no mind or reasoning of its own, though. This will be the Entrusted One's trial. Anyway, time for some Chozo bowling. And you thought we went bowling in Super Metroid. Now to see some magic. Pretty sure we just got teleported partway through there. Alright, so that is a substance that is morph ball bombable. Goodbye, fish. We flushed them. And there's our ice beam. In the original release, that was gettable as soon as you had Boost Ball and Space Jump. Excuse me, let me in the hole. Also, camera, please behave. There we go. Okay, where does this go? Talon Overworld East, okay. We do not need to go there just yet. And where do you go? Talon Overworld South. Two elevators so close to one another go to surprisingly distant places. So, like, Talon Overworld East is past the frigate crash site, and wow, we haven't explored much of Talon Overworld at all, actually. And Talon Overworld South, I mean, it's also past the frigate crash site now, isn't it? Okay, where can we get from here with Ice Beam? I mean, we could go back to the furnace, go through the Ice Beam door there, which I think just gets us a pickup or something. Talon Overworld East seems maybe less likely to actually get us somewhere that we need to be. So I guess we'll go to Talon Overworld South for now. So we can go down easily. We're going to go up. Not much reason to go all the way up. And while we could stop here... Where is it? Is it across a grapple point or something? I know there's an invisible platform somewhere in this room. Or at least I'm pretty sure there is. Maybe I'm misremembering. Yeah, where would it even take us? That's obvious. To the door. It's down there. Oh, whatever. It'll wait. Well, can't get through Bendesium yet. Where's the invisible platform, though? Trolls are on the other side, huh? So I guess we can't get down easily, I guess. This is a place we can do nothing at the moment. Oh, there's the invisible platform. You can see the rain striking it. There we go. Of course, we're not supposed to come in here until after we have X-Ray Visor. But they're not the boss of me, it's just a missile expansion. I believe maybe once we get the X-Ray Visor, there's something else here. No, I don't think so. Not here. Alright. So we actually do have to go through here to get somewhere. But I think I'm going to go ahead and leave that for next time because I am getting hungry. So that is going to be it for this stream. Thanks everyone for coming along. And I'll see you for the next stream, which will be after dinner tomorrow if I can swing it. Not sure if I can, but we'll find out. And definitely there'll be something on Thursday. So if not tomorrow, I'll see you Thursday, friends.